Buenos días. El día de hoy se llevará a cabo el acto de presentación y apertura de propuestas relacionadas con la cuarta licitación de la Ronda 2. Les informo que en 10 minutos daremos inicio a dicho acto. En 5 minutos comenzaremos, por lo que le pido a todos los asistentes tomar sus asientos y prestar atención a las medidas de seguridad que debemos seguir en caso de algún siniestro.
In compliance with the civil protection law for the federal district and the protection of public activities, we will inform you about the civil protection measures of this venue. In case of any event, we will leave by the emergency doors following the directions of the personnel of security and civil protection. Keep calm, don't push, don't scream. Identify the evacuation routes and exits. Do not use the elevators or escalators. Don't go close to the wide windows. Do not go away from your companions, especially if they are kids or senior citizens.
Sí, pero iba a checar. No, él, que lo vea. ¿No? ¿Que no los use? ¿Así? No los necesito.
Perfecto, abogada.
Sí, es que con tacones no está tan diferente, ¿no? Ya va a empezar cortinilla. Ya va a empezar cortinilla. No, de los muchachos de Isabel.
Gobierno de la República.
Buenos días.
Good morning. On behalf of the National Hydrocarbons Commission, I want to welcome you all. Today, we will carry out the presentation and opening of proposals act of the fourth tender of round 2, which comprises 29 contractual areas located in the oil provinces of Agua Perdida, Cordilleras Mexicanas, Cuencas Salinas in deep waters. Those who are with us in the auditorium, the representatives of the bidders and media, public servants from the Ministry of Energy, Finance and Public Credit, Public Administration and other agencies of the federal government, and representatives of the legislative branch, the academia, social organizations, and the private sector be all welcomed. Also, I would like to inform you that we are broadcasting live this act, and we want to thank the audience that is following us via the internet. In order to get started, please let me introduce the members and auxiliaries of the bidding committee of the National Hydrocarbons Commission who will carry out the validation stage of the packages containing the envelopes of the economic proposals of the bidders. They are the Secretary of the Committee, Attorney Arsenia Viridiana de la Rosa Garcia. Member of the committee, Attorney Luis Enrique López Ruiz. And the auxiliaries of the committee, Attorney Daniela Araceli Alcántara Vázquez,
Abogada Marcela Valderrama Cabrera.
Attorney Marcela Valderrama Cabrera, and Ms. Janet Liliana García del Valle Trejo. Attesting this procedure, we have the presence of Master Eutiquio López Hernández, who is the head of Public Notary Office number 35 of Mexico City. We also have the presence of Master Edmundo Bernal Mejia, who is the head of the internal body of control of the National Hydrocarbons Commission, the auditing body dependent from the Ministry of Public Administration, who will verify that the procedure takes place in accordance with the bidding basis. In this auditorium, we have the presence of Attorney Martín Álvarez Magaña, coordinator of the bidding committee, who will verify that the procedure takes place as established. Dear audience, prior to the start of the formal act of the presentation and opening of proposals of the fourth tender round 2, we will carry out the validation of the packages that contain the envelopes with the economic bids and the bid bonds of each of the bidders regarding their area of interest. Right now, you are attesting how this process is starting. According to the protocol, bidders were previously registered and received a turn to deliver their corresponding proposals. At the registry tables, we verify that each bidder provides 3 packages, one for each oil province: Área Perdido, Cordilleras Mexicanas, and Cuencas Salina. Said packages contain the envelopes corresponding to their areas of interest. Each envelope includes the economic proposal and the bid bond for the contractual area, original and copy of the official ID of the legal representative, and the accreditation badge. The bid bond, according to the bidding basis, is a letter of credit in favor of the National Hydrocarbons Commission, issued or confirmed by a credit institution that is legally operating in Mexico with a value of $3 million. Besides, the envelopes include a cash payment proposal in case of a tie in the economic bids of the bidders, or if a bidder offers a royalty value equivalent to the maximum value established by the Ministry of Finance. Afterwards, at the tables located at the front of the auditorium, the secretary, the members and auxiliaries of the bidding committee of the National Hydrocarbons Commission carry out the validation process. They stamp and sign the packages containing the proposals for each of the oil provinces, and they are returned to the legal representative of the bidder, who will keep them closed and under his custody until they are delivered. It should be mentioned that once the packages have been verified and stamped, the bidder has to submit such economic proposals. The audience that is present may observe at the screens that we have on the front the order in which the companies are being registered. This list will be updated throughout this hour as the bidders arrive to the venue. Once this process is over, when all bidders have presented their packages, we will continue with the presentation and opening of Proposals Act. The start of the act has been foreseen at 9 o'clock today with the statement of the formal opening by the coordinator of the bidding committee of the National Hydrocarbons Commission. Dear audience, we remind you that we are broadcasting the presentation and opening of Proposals Act of the fourth tender round 2. During this act, oil companies, both domestic and international, will submit their proposals to be operators of one of the contractual areas of deep waters in order to carry out exploration and extraction activities through a license agreement. This tender has 29 areas located in deep waters in the oil provinces of Área Perdido, Cordilleras Mexicanas, and Cuenca Salina. To all those that are accompanying us through the internet, we really thank you for your interest. Attesting the validation that we are presenting is Eutequio López Hernández, the holder of Notary Public Office number 35 of Mexico City, and Master Edmundo Bernal Mejia, head of the internal control body of the National Hydrocarbons Commission. It should be mentioned that this bidding process started on July 20, 2017 with the publishing of the call and the bidding basis, which include the model for the license agreement for the exploration and extraction of hydrocarbons. Since then, the National Hydrocarbons Commission, through the bidding committee, has carried out the several stages of the process: access to information in the data room, the clarifications, and the review of the pre-qualification documents. Besides, according to what has been established in the bidding basis, the government body of the Commission has formalized several acts, such as the determination of the pre-qualified companies to participate in the tender, the authorization regarding the group of bidders, and the amendment to the bidding basis, including terms and conditions of the model agreement. Dear audience, we are in the presentation and opening of Proposals Act of the fourth tender, round 2, result of the legal and constitutional reform on energy undertaken by Mexico. At present, the bidding committee is carrying out the validation process of the packages corresponding to the oil provinces of Área Perdido, Cordilleras Mexicanas, and Cuenca Salina. Such packages contain the envelopes with the economic proposals and bid bonds that each bidder will submit for the areas they are interested in. Now we will present a video which has the details of the mechanisms to be followed for the opening of proposals and the awarding of the agreements. The presentation and opening of proposals takes place in the presence of a notary public and is live broadcasted through the CNH's website and www.rondasmexico.gov.mx. Also, several media broadcast simultaneously from their websites. At the entrance, each bidder is registered to access to the validation desk. During the process, they present 3 packages duly closed, one for each oil province, which include the envelopes with the proposals submitting for the contractual areas they are interested in. The committee stamps and signs each package and returns them to the legal representative who custodies them until they are called to deposit them in the bins that have been identified for each province. Once the validation stage is over, in the order of registration, the coordinator of the committee calls the legal representative of the bidder to deposit the packages in the bins. Then, a member of the bidding committee will take each package with the envelopes of the proposals that were of interest for each bidder and will put them in the corresponding bins. These proposals have one envelope containing the economic proposal, the CNH7 form, the cash payment offer, the CNH9 form, and the bid bond. The CNH9 form is included when the proposal is below the maximums established by the Finance Ministry and is open in case of a tie. Once the proposals have been placed in the bins, the coordinator of the committee opens the envelopes containing all the proposals for each contractual area. In parallel, all the members of the committee verify the bid bond as established in the bidding basis. The economic proposals are announced in the order the bidders were registered. Once it is over, the coordinator of the bidding committee announces the results. There are 2 scenarios in case of a tie. The first is when 2 or more bidders offer the maximum values determined by the Ministry of Finance, the value of the royalty and the same cash amount. In this case, the tie is broken by a ballot, and the awarded bidder will be the first number that is taken out from the ballot. The second tie scenario is when 2 or more bidders offer the same values, but below the maximum that have been established by the Ministry of Finance. If this occurs, the envelope with the CNH9 form will be open, and the awarded bidder will be the one that offers the higher cash amount. If the tie continues, the awarded bidder will be decided through a ballot. From this act, we have a minute drafted indicating the name of the awarded bidder of each contractual area and, if appropriate, the second place and any proposals that have been discarded. Dear auditorium, dear audience, we are broadcasting live the validation stage of the packages that include the proposals for the 4th tender of round 2. Please be reminded, those that are present, that the screens on the front of the venue show the order in which the companies have been registered. This list has been updated as the bidders have been arriving to the venue. It's important to mention that the economic proposal submitted by the bidders for their areas of their interest comprises 2 variables: an additional royalty rate and a commitment of an additional investment during the exploration period. On November 21st, the Ministry of Finance and Public Credit informed the minimum and maximum values by contractual area for the variable of revenue for the Mexican state in this tender. Such values are: for contractual areas 1 through 9 of the Área Perdido bin, an additional royalty of a minimum of 5% and a maximum of 20%. For contractual areas 10 to 19 of the Cordilleras Mexicanas bin, an additional royalty of a minimum of 3.10% and a maximum of 20%. For contractual areas 20 to 29 of Cuenca Salina, an additional royalty of a minimum 5% and maximum 20%. The bidding process designed in the Hydrocarbons Act, which was approved by Congress on August 2014, sets forth the participation of several agencies at federal level for the preparation of bidding bases and the agreement. This is a joint effort from the Ministry of Energy, Finance and Public Credit, as well as the National Hydrocarbons Commission, that was carried out with the support and participation of the Ministry of Economy and the National Economic Competition Commission. The bidding process comprises 3 stages. The first one is the access to information of the contractual areas. For these, the interested parties must obtain a license for the use of information that is issued by the National Hydrocarbons Information Center, which represents an amount equal or higher than 39,300,000 pesos, which relates to 3D, 2D, and well studies. Afterwards, the pre-qualification of those interested in the bidding process is carried out. During the pre-qualification period, the bidding committee carried out the review, verification, and evaluation of the documentation and information provided by the interested parties according to the requirements of expertise, technical capacities, execution capacities, financial and legal resources that are established in the bidding basis. It should be mentioned that during this stage, we had the support of the Ministry of Finance and Public Credit through the Financial Intelligence Unit and the National Industrial and Protection of the Environment Agency in the hydrocarbon sector. Lastly, the third stage is taking place today, which corresponds to the submittal and opening of the bids from the bidders. After this process, we will only have the award and execution of the agreement. We should mention that the clarification process to the bidding basis and the agreement model took place publicly through the internet portal rondasmexico.gov.mx, where both bidders and any stakeholder could know all the questions of the participants and the response given by the National Hydrocarbons Commission. Throughout the bidding process, which started on July 20 last year, Several reviews took place, and consequently, changes to the bidding basis and the agreement with regard those that were originally published. As a result of all these, last December 21st, the government body of the National Hydrocarbons Commission approved the final version of the bidding basis, which was published on that same date at www.rondasmexico.gov.mx in terms of the procedure that had been established. Likewise, on December 21st, once the pre-qualification stage was over, the bidding committee issued 29 pre-qualification certificates, 16 as operator and 13 as non-operator, which accredited those interested parties as bidders and which enabled them to continue with the bid. Afterwards, on January 25, the Commission approved the requests of the bidders, accrediting 9 bidders that can participate individually and 17 as a group.
Estimado auditorio, previo al inicio del acto formal de
Dear audience, prior to the opening act, we are carrying out the validation of the packages containing the economic proposal and the bid bond of each of the bidders with regard their areas of interest. According to the protocol, the bidders were previously registered and received a turn for the delivery of their proposals. At the registration desks, it's verified that each bidder provides 3 packages, one for each province, Área Perdido, Cordilleras Mexicanas, and Cuenca Salina. Such packages contain the envelopes corresponding to the areas of their interest. Each envelope includes the economic proposal, the bid bond for the contractual area, original and copy of the official ID of the legal representative, and the accreditation badge. The bid bond, according to the bidding basis, is a letter of credit in favor of the National Hydrocarbons Commission, issued or confirmed by a credit institution that is legally operating in Mexico with a value of $3 million. Besides, the envelopes include a cash payment proposal in case of a tie of the economic bids of the bidders, or if the bidder offers a royalty equivalent to the maximum or above the maximum value stated by the Ministry of Finance.
Al frente del auditorio,
On the desks that are in front of the auditorium, the secretary, the members, and auxiliary members of the bidding committee of the National Hydrocarbons Commission will perform the validation process. They are stamped and signed, the packages with the bids for each one of the oil provinces, and they are returned to the legal representative of the bidder, who will keep them closed and under his custody when up to the moment he delivers them. It's important to highlight that once we verify and stamp the packages, the bidder will have the obligation to present his economic bids. The audience who is with us in person can see on the screens in the front the order in which the companies have registered. This list will be or has been updated as the bidders have arrived. Once this process concludes, when all the bidders have submitted their packages, we will continue with the presentation and opening act of bids. The beginning of the act is planned to start at 9 a.m. of today with a declaration of the formal beginning from the coordinator of the bidding committee of the National Hydrocarbons Commission.
amable auditorio.
Dear audience, we remind you that we are broadcasting the act of presentation and opening of bids of the fourth bid of round 2. During this act, oil international and national companies will present their bids to become operators of a contract area in deep waters in order to perform activities of exploration and extraction of hydrocarbons through a license contract. This bid has 29 areas located in deep waters in the oil provinces of Área Perdido, Cordilleras Mexicanas, and Cuenca Salina. All of you who are following us via internet, we thank you for your interest. Attesting the validation process that we are witnessing, we have Mr. Eutiquio López Hernández, head of Notary Public number 35 of Mexico City, and Mr. Edmundo Bernal Mejía, head of the internal control body in the National Hydrocarbons Commission. It is important to remind you that this bidding process began on July 28th of 2017 with the publication of the invitation and the bidding basis, which include the model for the license agreement for the exploration and extraction of hydrocarbons. As of that date, the National Hydrocarbons Commission, through the bidding committee, has performed the several stages of the process: the access to information of the data room, the clarifications, and the review of the pre-qualification documents. Furthermore, in accordance with what is set forth in the bidding basis, the governing body of the Commission has formalized several acts, such as the determination of the pre-qualified companies to participate in the bid, and the authorization with respect to the confirmation of bidders, and the modification of the basis of this bidding process, including the terms and conditions of the model of contract. Dear audience, we are in the act of presentation and opening of bids of the fourth bid of round 2 as a result of the constitutional and legal reform in terms of energy. Right now, the bidding committee is performing the validation process of the packages corresponding to the oil provinces of Área Perdido, Cordilleras Mexicanas, and Cuenca Salina. Said packages, in turn, contain the envelopes with the economic bids and the bid bonds that each one of the bidders will submit for the areas of interest. Next, we are going to present a video that describes in detail the mechanism to be followed for the opening of the bids and the award of the contracts. The act of presentation and opening of bids is performed in the presence of a notary public and is broadcasted live through www.gov.mx/cnh and www.rondasmexico.gov.mx. In turn, several media broadcast simultaneously from their websites. Upon your entrance, each bidder is registered to have access to the validation desk. During this process, they submit before the bidding committee 3 packages duly sealed, one for each oil province, which contain the envelopes with the bids submitted for the contract areas they are interested in. The committee seals and signs each package and returns them to the legal representative of the bidder, who keeps them under their custody until they are called to put them inside the boxes identified for each province. Once we finish the validation process according to the order of registration, the coordinator of the bidding committee calls the legal representative of the bidder to deposit his packages in the boxes. Then a member of the bidding committee will take the packages with the envelopes that contain the bids of the contract areas that were of interest for each bidder and puts them in their respective boxes. These bids have a single envelope that contains the economic bid, CNH 7 form, cash payment in case of tie, CNH 9 form, and the bid bond. The CNH 9 form is included when the bid is lower than the maximum amounts determined by the Ministry of Finance and is opened in case of tie. Once the bids are in the boxes, the coordinator of the committee opens the envelopes that contain the bids presented by the bidders for each contract area. In parallel, the other members of the committee verify the bid bond according to what is set forth in the basis. The economic bids are announced in the order of registration of the bidders. When we finish reading the bids for each contract area, the coordinator of the bidding committee announces the results. There are two scenarios in case of tie. The first one is when two or more bidders offer the maximum values determined by the Ministry of Finance, the value of the additional royalty, and the same amount in cash. In this case, the tiebreaker will be done through the balloting mechanism. So the winning bidder is the one that whose first number is taken. The second tiebreaker is when two or more bidders offer the same amounts, but lower than the maximum determined by the Ministry of Finance. If this happens, we are going to open the envelope that contains the CNH 9 form. So the winner will be the one that offers the maximum amount in cash. If there is still a tie, the winner is defined through the balloting mechanism. In this act, we create the respective minutes when we indicate the awarding bidder of each contract area and the name of the bidder that was second, as well as the bids that were discarded. Dear audience, we are broadcasting live the validation process of the packages that contain the bids prior to the act of presentation and opening of bids of the fourth bid of round 2. I remind those of you who are present here that on the screens in the front you can see the order in which the companies have registered. This list has been updated as the bidders have arrived. It is important to mention that the economic bid presented by the bidders for the contract areas of their interest are formed by two variables: an additional royalty rate and an additional investment commitment during the expiration period. On November 21st, the Ministry of Finance announced the minimum and maximum values by contract area for the variable of revenues of the Mexican state for this bidding process. Such values are for contract areas 1 to 9 of Cuenca Área Perdido, an additional royalty with a minimum of 5% and a maximum of 20%. For contract areas 10 to 19 of Cuenca Cordilleras Mexicanas, an additional royalty with a minimum of 3.10% and a maximum of 20%. For the contract areas 20 to 29 of Cuenca Salina, an additional royalty with a minimum of 5% and a maximum of 20%. The bidding process designed in the Act on Hydrocarbons that was approved by the Congress in August 2014 establishes the participation of several agencies and bodies at the federal level for the drafting of the bidding basis and the contract. It is a joint effort of the Ministries of Energy and Ministries of Finance, as well as the National Hydrocarbons Commission, performed with the support and participation of the Ministry of Economics and the Federal Commission of Economic Competition. The bidding process comprises 3 stages. The first one is the access to the information of the contract areas. To this end, the interested parties have to obtain a license of use of information issued by the National Center of Information of Hydrocarbons that represents an amount that equals or higher than 39,300,000 pesos related to 3D, 2D studies and wells. Later on, we pre-qualify the interested parties. During the pre-qualification period, the bidding committee performed the review, verification, and evaluation of the documentation and information submitted by the interested parties in accordance with the requirements of expertise, technical capacities, execution, financial and legal capacities set forth in the bidding basis. It is important to mention that during this stage, we have the support of the Ministry of Finance through the Financial Intelligence Unit and the National Agency of Industrial Security and Environmental Protection of the hydrocarbon sector. Finally, the third stage is occurring today, and it is the presentation and opening of bids of the bidders. After this process, only the award decision and the signing of the contract will be pending. Ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded the validation stage of the packages that contain the proposals of each one of the oil provinces. In the next stage, we are going to start the formal act to the deposit of the packages in the boxes in front of this auditorium, according to the respective oil province, Área Perdido, Cordilleras Mexicanas, and Cuencas Salinas. To this end, we are going to call each one of the legal representatives of the bidders to come to the front and deposit their proposals, along with one of the auxiliary members of the bidding committee. We inform you that we are going to give a break until 9 a.m., where we're going to start the next stage.
En 5 minutos comenzaremos.
Going to start in 5 minutes. I'll ask all the attendees to take your seats.
En 3 minutos comenzaremos.
We are going to start in 3 minutes. I ask all the attendees to take your seats.
A continuación,
Next, lawyer Martín Álvarez Magaña, head of the legal unit of the Commission and coordinator of the bidding committee, will formally start this act.
Gobierno de la República. Buenos días. Siendo las 9.
Good morning. Being 9 o'clock of January 31st of 2018, we open the proposals for CNH and of the tender of reference for the contracts for the exploration of hydrocarbons in deep waters. According to the basis, this act will take place in the presence of notary public, and only offers from the registered bidders will be accepted. Those proposals will be made available to all of you. This is being broadcasted live through rondasmexico.gov.mx and other electronic means. Before we continue to this next stage, I will introduce the authorities of the National Hydrocarbons Commission. They are commissioner members of the government body. We have Commissioner President, Master Juan Carlos Cepeda Molina. We also have Commissioner Dr. Alma America Porres Luna. Commissioner Dr. Néstor Martínez Romero. Commissioner Mr. Sergio Pimentel Vargas. Commissioner Mr. Héctor Acosta Félix. Commissioner Master Gaspar Franco Hernández. Please, dear audience, we give the floor to Master Juan Carlos Cepeda Molina, who is the President Commissioner of the National Hydrocarbons Commission. Thank you very much, Executive Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Hydrocarbons Commission welcomes you all and thanks you for being present in this act for the fourth tender of round 2. This event is being live broadcasted to Mexico and the world via the internet. For all the audience in the internet, thank you for your interest in the development of round 2. I also want to thank the press, TV, radio, and electronic media, domestic and international, who are broadcasting this act and those covering it. Today we'll be witnessing the event for 29 license agreements located in the oil provinces of Agua Perdido, Cordilleras Mexicanas, and Cuenca Salina. As in previous tender processes, the Breeding Committee had the support of several institutions. The Financial Intelligence Unit from the Ministry of Finance assessed the resources that will be coming to the oil industry. The Security, Energy, Safety, Energy, and Environment unit reviewed that they have the expertise for protection of the environment and operations. Those interested in participating pre-qualified as operators or non-operators, and then they will allow to individually participate or comprise consortia. Based on the bidding basis, the operator awarded has 30% at least of the economic shares of the consortium. As in all other tenders, it's important to mention that we do not allow participants that are part of different bidders submit more than one bid for the same contractual area. In this case, we will receive the proposals of bidders by bin so that they are deposited in the corresponding bins for each contractual area. Once they are deposited, the bidding committee will open them, will show them to the public, and we will identify the awarded bids. The formalization of the award and the signing of the agreements will be in charge of the government body of the CNH, and based on the bidding basis, this tender will be carried out no later than next Friday's February the 2nd. On behalf of the National Hydrocarbons Commission, I want to recognize the contribution for the implementation of this tender to the Ministry of Energy, the Ministry of Finance and Public Credit, the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Finance of Public Administration, the Ministry of Environment, ASEA especially, the Fund for Oil, and the Federal Economic Competition Commission, the CFE, the CSAT, and especially Canal 11. And I want to acknowledge the participation of my colleagues, the bidding committee, and all the CNH. Thank you very much. We thank Commissioner President his words and the presence of the commissioners that are part of the government body of the National Hydrocarbons Commission. I would like to introduce the members of the bidding committee. It is chaired by Attorney Martín Álvarez Magaña, coordinator of the bidding committee. Attorney Arsenia Viridiana de la Rosa Garcia, who is the secretary of the committee. As member of this committee is also with us Attorney Luis Enrique López Ruiz. And I also want to thank Master Eutiquio López Hernández, who is the head of Notary Public Office 954 Mexico City, who is accompanying the bidding committee, attesting what is taking place. We also have the presence of Edmundo Bernal Mejia, who is the head of the internal control body of the National Hydrocarbons Commission. I give the floor to Mr. Martín Álvarez Magaña, who is the coordinator of the bidding committee. Thank you very much. The presentation and opening of act will take place as follows. Presentation of the proposals. We will call the bidders in the way they were registered. The legal representative of each bidder must personally place the 3 packages that were validated by the bidding committee, where the proposals for the 29 contractual areas are included, which offers comprise CNH 7 economic proposal, CNH 9 cash payment proposal, which is included when the variables of the awarding regarding royalty and additional investment value are less than the maximums determined by the SHP and the bid bond. Opening and assessment of the proposals. The opening and assessment will take place in 3 stages. Stage 1, opening of the proposals for the contractual areas that are part of Área Perdido. Once this is over, we will have a 20-minute break. Stage 2, opening of the proposals for contractual areas that comprise Cordilleras Mexicanas. After this opening, we will have a 20-minute break. Stage 3, opening of the proposals for the contractual areas that comprise Cuenca Salina. In all cases, the opening starts with the contractual area in a consecutive manner. Then the members and auxiliaries of the bidding committee, with the support of Notary Public number 35, Mr. Eutiquio López Hernández, will open the proposals per each stage, and the envelopes contained in each package will be deposited in the relevant bins. Prior to the start of the opening by contractual area comprising each oil province, there will be a small explanation of the contractual areas comprising that area. Then we will open the bids in a consecutive manner. The member of the committee will open the proposals, verifying that they are in the registration order. The coordinator will open, review, and read the economic proposal of the bidder, and in parallel, the secretary and member of the committee will verify the bid bond preliminary, verifying the name of the bidder, that it is given in favor of the CNH and in the amount of $3 million with a minimum of 100 calendar days term. In case that during the opening there is some requirement that is not met, we will inform the cause for dismissal based on Article 17 of the basis. Then the coordinator, given the results, will indicate who is the awarded winner and the second awarded winner. In case the royalty values and the additional investment factor and the cash payment are equal, we will consider a tie, and in this case, we will have a balloting in order to determine the awarded bidder. In this case, the coordinator will assign a number to each of the bidders in the order of registration and will be placed in a transparent bin. The secretary will take out the first number, which will be the awarded bidder. All these in the presence of notary number 35 for Mexico City. Now, In case the royalty and additional values of two or more bidders are the same and are below what has been determined by the Ministry of Finance, there will be a tie, and we will open Form CNH9, which is the cash proposal of the ties. The awarded bidder will be the one that provides the higher amount. In case the tie continues, we will have a ballot as we have just referred to. We will have a minute drafted indicating the awarded bidder, the awarded bidder in second place, and those offers that had been dismissed, and the development of the act. These will be signed by the coordinator and the secretary and will be published today in the Rondas Mexico website, where you will be able to query it. Return of the bid bond at the end of the act. The bidders who are not awarded either in first or second place may come to the registry desk to recover your bid bonds, or in further days at the offices of the CNH with the signature acknowledgement of receipt. Awarding and award on February 2nd, we will provide these results to the government body, and the agreements will be signed. This will be published in the Federal Official Gazette as stated in number 18 of the basis. Now we are going to open the different packages. We will call the representatives. Please have them ready to deposit them in the bins. You will be supported by Marcela Martela Magarrera and Janet Liliana Garcia del Valle Trejo. Right now, please, the representative of Eni Mexico SDR LDB, in consortium with Qatar Petroleum International Limited, hereinafter Eni Qatar. Cristiano Salino, please come to the front to deposit your proposals. Now we're calling the representative of Eni Mexico SDC RBB in consortium with Qatar Petroleum and Citla, hereinafter Eni Qatar Citla, Cristiano Salino, to deposit your proposal. Now we are calling the representative of bidder Pemex Exploración y Producción, hereinafter Pemex, Marco Antonio Arreguín López, to deposit his offer. Now we are asking the representative of Pemex Exploración with China, hereinafter Pemex China Offshore, Marco Antonio Arreguín, to deposit his proposals. Right now, the representative of China Offshore Oil Corporation, MP SAPI, China Offshore Caligari, to deposit his proposals. Right now, the representative of China Offshore Corporation, Gabriel Ruiz Rocha, to deposit his proposal. Right now, we request the representative of Repsol in consortium with PC Caligari Mexico and OFIR Mexico, hereinafter Repsol, PC Caligari, and OFI, Luis Carlos Restrepo, to deposit his proposal. Now I request the representative of Repsol Exploración México in consortium with PC Caligari Mexico, hereinafter Repsol y PC Caligari, Luis Carlos Restrepo, to deposit his proposals. Sierra Nevada, EMP, SDRP, and PTT, Luis Carlos Restrepo, to deposit his proposals. Right now, I am asking the representative of bidder EP Exploration Mexico in consortium with Estatol, hereinafter BP Estatoil, Christopher Peter Sladen, to deposit his proposals. Right now, I request the representative of bidder BP Exploration Mexico in consortium with Estatori EMP and Total EMP, hereinafter BP, Estatoil, Total, Christopher Peter Slater, to present his proposals. and Pemex Exploración Producción, hereinafter Chevron, Intex, Pemex, Evelyn Maria Vilchis to deposit her proposals. Right now, I request the representative of Chevron, Energía de México, in consortium with Pemex Exploración y Producción and EONG, in hereinafter Chevron, Pemex, EONG, Adriana Leticia Llanes Espinosa de los Monteros, to deposit her proposals. I request the representative of Shell Exploración Producción, in consortium with Qatar Petroleum, hereinafter Shell Qatar, Alberto de la Fuente, to deposit his proposals. Right now, I request the representative of Shell Exploración Producción en México, in consortium with Pemex Exploración y Producción, Shell Pemex, Alberto de la Fuente, to deposit his proposals. Right now, the representative of bidder Shell Exploración y Extracción de México, hereinafter Shell, Alberto de la Fuente, to deposit his proposals. Right now, the representative of Better PC Caligari Mexico Operation, hereinafter PC Carigali, Ahmad Faisal Bin, to present his proposals. Right now, I request the representative of PC Caligari Mexico Operations, in consortium with OFIR Mexico Limited and PTT EP Mexico EMP, hereinafter PC Carigali, OFIR and PTT EP, Norin Binti Nordin, to deposit his proposals. We are representing the representative of BHP, hereinafter BHP, Timothy Joseph Callahan, to deposit his proposals. We have finished with the presentation of the proposals by the bidders that have been registered. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finished depositing the packages in each of the bins. As of now, the bidding committee will start the opening and reading of the proposals in 3 stages, each stage related to the corresponding oil province. For this stage, Mr. Oscar Roldán Flores, who is the head of the National Hydrocarbons Information Center of the National Hydrocarbons Commission, will accompany the proposals with the information of the bidder who is being awarded. I give the floor once again to Mr. Martín Álvarez, who is the coordinator of the bidding committee. Let's start with the opening of the proposals. For these, Notary Public 35 for Mexico City, Mr. López Hernández will test the facts. We'll start with stage 1, which is the bidders for the province Agua Perdida. Área Perdido is located in the Gulf of Mexico, in the deep waters of Gulf Mexico, in front of the states of Tamaulipas. It includes 2 areas, Cinturón Plegado Perdido to the east, with a depth of 1,500 and 3,000 meters, and Salina del Bravo, which is to the west to Perdido, with a depth of 500 to 2,500 meters deep. Both provinces have a structural component dominated by tectonic and limes. The area is characterized by salt bodies with diverse morphologies, evacuated from west to east with reverse faults that come from the Jurassic salt. In the Perdido area, we have 9 contractual areas that cover a total surface of 18,758 square meters. In average, the seismic 3D coverage of the blocks is of 86%. In the Perdido area, we have mainly 4 plays: Superior Cretacic, Paleocenic, Superior Paleocenic, Wilcox, Oligocene, and Miocene. All of them with siliciclastic and carbonated lithologies that have fine-grained sands, mid-frame sands, and lime. Based on the discoveries of the Perdido area and the geological models, the hydrocarbons that we expect are light oil, super light oil, wet gas, and dry gas.
The minimum and maximum values determined by the Ministry of Finance for the 9 contract areas that form the oil province of Área Perdido are minimum 5%, maximum 20%. Right now, I request the member of the committee to extract the proposals of the bidders, verifying that they are in the registration order. In this stage, Marcela Valderrama Cabrera will help the committee for depositing the proposals of the bidders in their respective box. This will be attested by Mr. Eutiquio López Hernández, Notary Public number 35 of Mexico City. We are going to start the opening of the proposals of bidder NE Qatar. The bidder does not present any proposal. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, Eni, and Qatar and Sitla. The bidder does not present any proposal. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, Pemex. The bidder presents envelopes for the contract areas 4 and 5. Now we're going to put them in their respective area. Four and 5. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, Pemex and China Offshore. The bidder presents an envelope for the contract area 3. We are going to put it in their respective box. Three. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, China Offshore and PC Carigali. The bidder presents an envelope for the contract area number 7. We are going to put it in the respective bin. Seven. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, China Offshore. The bidder presents a proposal for the contract area number 2. We are going to put it in the respective bin. 2. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, Repsol, PC Carigali, and Offshore. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, Repsol, and PC Carigali. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, Repsol, PC Carigali, Sierra, and PTTEP. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, BP and Statoil. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, BP, Statoil, and Total. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, Chevron, Pemex, and INPEX. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, Chevron, Pemex, and ONGC Videsh. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, Shell, and Qatar. The bidder presents envelopes for the contract areas number 3, 4, 6, and 7. We are going to put them in their respective boxes. Three, 4, 6, and 7. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder Shell and Pemex. The bidder presents a proposal for the contract area number 2. We are going to put it in the respective bin. Two. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder Shell. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of bidder PC Carigali. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder PC Carigali, Ophir, and PTT-EP. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder BHP. The bidder presents a proposal for contract area number 2. We are going to put it in the respective box. We have concluded the opening of the proposals of the bidders registered for the oil province of Área Perdida. We are going to start with the opening of the proposals in consecutive order of the contract areas that form the oil province. We are going to start with the contract area number 1. However, in terms of what is said in number 19.1, Section A of the the contract area 1 is declared not awarded because there were no proposals from the registered bidders. We're going to start the opening of the proposals for the contract area number 2. Now we request the member of the committee to take the proposals to see that they are in the order of registration. The secretary of the committee and the member will verify the bid bond of each bidder, and they will verify the name of the bidder that is in favor of the National Hydrocarbons Commission for an amount of $3 million and a validity of 100 calendar days. We are going to open the proposal of the bidder, China Offshore. The bidder presents the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty, 11.45. Value of the additional royalty, 11.45. Additional investment factor for the contract area, 0. Additional investment factor for the contract area, 0. We are going to open the proposal of the bidder, Shell and Pemex. The bidder presents the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty, 15.02. Value of the additional royalty, 15.02. Additional investment factor for the contract area 1. Additional investment factor for the contract area 1. Now we are going to open the proposal of the bidder, BHP. The bidder presents the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty, 7.35. Value of the additional royalty, 7.35. Additional investment factor for the contract area is 0. Additional investment factor for the contract area, 0. We have concluded the opening of the bids for the contract area 2, and according to the results showed on the screen, we have the winning bidder is Shell and Pemex. The second place is China Offshore. In order to participate in this bid, Shell Exploración y Extracción México and Pemex Exploración y Producción formed a consortium. The company Shell Exploración y Extracción de México has entered into an agreement with the National Hydrocarbons Commission as a result of the first bid of round 2. It's a subsidiary of Royal Dutch Shell, based in the Netherlands, product of the merger of Royal Dutch and Shell Transport in 1907. It is listed in the Amsterdam, London, and New York Stock Exchange. The company Pemex Exploración y Producción has entered into 3 agreements as a result of the fourth round of round 1, and number 2 of the first bid of round 2. Pemex Exploración y Producción is a decentralized body with a technical character that belongs to Petróleos Mexicanos, a production company of the Mexican state founded in 1938. We are going to start the opening of the proposals for the contract area number 3. Now I request the member of the committee to take out the proposals of the bidders, verifying that they are in the registration order. We are going to start the opening of the proposal of the bidder, Pemex and China Offshore. The bidder presents the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty 7.01. Value of the additional royalty 7.01. Additional investment factor for the contract area 0. Additional investment factor for the contract area 0. We are going to open the proposal of the bidder, Shell and Qatar. The bidder presents the following proposal, economic proposal. Value of the additional royalty, 10.03. Value of the additional royalty, 10.03. Additional investment factor for the contract area, 0. Additional investment factor for the contract area, 0. We have concluded the opening of the proposals of the bidders, and according to the results shown on the screen, we have the winning bidder is Shell and Qatar. The second place is Pemex and China Offshore. In order to participate in this bid, Shell Exploración Extracción de México and Qatar Petroleum International formed a consortium. The company Shell Exploración Extracción de México has entered into an agreement with the National Hydrocarbons Commission as a result of the first bid of round 2. It's a subsidiary of Royal Dutch Shell, based in the Netherlands as a merger of Royal Dutch and Shell Transport in 1907. It's listed in the stock exchange of Amsterdam, London, and New York. The company Shell Exploración Extracción de México is the winning bidder in consortium of the contract area number 2. In turn, the company Qatar Petroleum International comes from Qatar and was founded in 1974 as the state company. We are going to start the opening of the proposals for the contract area number 4. Now I request the member of the committee to take out the proposals of the bidder verifying the registration order. We are going to start the opening of the proposal of the bidder Pemex. The bidder presents the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty 5.95. Value of the additional royalty 5.95. Additional investment factor for the contract area 0. Additional investment factor for the contract area 0. We are going to open the proposal of the bidder Shell and Qatar. The bidder presents the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty 10.03. Value of the additional royalty 10.03. Additional investment factor for the contract area 1. Additional investment factor for the contract area 1.
We have finished with the proposals, and according to the results we have on the screen, the awarded bidder is Shell Qatar. Second place, Pemex. To participate in this tender, Shell Exploración Extracción de México and Qatar Petroleum International merged in a consortium. This was the awarded bidder of contractual area number 3. Shell Exploración y Extracción de México has signed an agreement with the National Hydrocarbons Commission from the first tender of round 2. It's a subsidiary of Royal Dutch Shell, headquartered in the Netherlands from the merger of Shell Transport, and it quotes in the Amsterdam, London, and New York stock exchanges. Qatar Petroleum International is originated originally from Qatar, founded in 1974 as the state-owned company. Shell Exploración de México was the awarded bidder in consortium of contractual area number 2. We'll start proposals for contractual area 5. I request the member of the committee to take out the proposals verifying the order. We'll start with proposal from Pemex. Bidder provides the following proposal. Value of the additional royalty, 6.23. Value of the additional royalty, 6.23. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. We have finished the proposal, and the awarded bidder is Pemex. We don't have a second place. Pemex Exploración y Producción has signed 3 agreements from the tender process, 1 from the 4th tender in round 1 and 2 from round 2. Pemex Exploración y Producción is a decentralized technical body belonging to Pemex, which is a productive company of Mexico founded in 1938. The company Pemex Exploración y Producción was the awarded bidder in consortium of contractual area number 2. We start the proposals for contractual area number 6. Right now, I request the member of the committee to take out the proposals of the bidders, verifying the order of registration. We will open the proposal of Shell Qatar. Bidder provides the following economic proposal. Value of the additional royalty, 20.00. Value of the additional royalty, 20.00. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1.5. Value of the additional investment factor, 1.5. In terms of the bidding basis, he offers a cash payment of 10,330,000 The cash payment is $10,030,382. $10,030,382. We have finished the opening of the proposals, and the awarded bidder is Shell Qatar with no second place. To participate in this tender, Shell Exploración y Extracción de México and Qatar Petroleum International had a consortium. This consortium was the awarded bidder of contractual areas 3 and 4. Shell Exploración y Extracción de México has signed an agreement with the National Hydrocarbon Commission derived from the first tender of Round 2. It's a subsidiary of Royal Dutch Shell, headquartered in the Netherlands, product from the merger of Royal Dutch and Shell Transport in 1907. It holds in Amsterdam, London, and New York stock exchanges. The company Shell Exploración y Extracción de México was the awarded bidder in consortium of contractual area number 2. On the other hand, the company Qatar Petroleum International is originally from Qatar, founded in 1974 as the oil state company. We start with the opening of proposals for contractual area number 7. Right now, I ask the member of the committee to bring out the proposals, verifying the order of their registration. We will open the proposal of the bidder China Offshore and PC Caligari. The bidder provides the following proposal, economic proposal: value of the additional royalty, 5.01. Value of the additional royalty, 5.01. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. Additional contractual investment factor for the contractual area, 1. We will open the proposal of Shell Qatar. The bidder provides the following economic proposal. Value of the additional royalty, 20.00. Value of the additional royalty, 20.00. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1.5. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1.5. According to the bidding basis, the awarded bidder offers the following cash payment of $90,030,382. I repeat, he offers a cash payment of $90,030,382. We have finished the opening, and according to the results, we have awarded bidder Shell Qatar, second place China Offshore PC Garigari. To participate in this tender, Shell Exploración and Qatar Petroleum International had a consortium. This consortium was the awarded bidder in contractual areas 3, 4, and 6. The company, Shell Exploración y Extracción de México, has signed an agreement with the National Hydrocarbons Commission from the first tender of round 2. It's a subsidiary of Royal Dutch Church, headquartered in the Netherlands, merged from Royal Dutch and Shell Transport in 1907. It quotes in the Amsterdam, London, and New York stock exchanges. Shell Exploración y Extracción de México was the awarded bidder in consortium of contractual area number 2. On the other hand, the company Qatar Petroleum International is originally from Qatar, founded in 1974 as the oil state company. We start the opening of the proposals for contractual area number 8. According to the terms of number 19A of the contractual 8 is awarded to no one since there is no proposal from the registered bidders. We open contractual area number 9 in terms of number 19A of the contractual area number 9 is awarded to no one since there is no proposal from the registered bidders. With this, we complete the opening act for the 9 areas that are part of the Área Perdido province, and we will have a 20-minute break. Thank you very much.
Solicito que enfoquen en todo momento las cámaras, las urnas donde están las propuestas.
Please, the cameras, I will ask you to be focused on the proposals of the bidders at all times.
En 5 minutos iniciaremos la apertura de las propuestas.
In 5 minutes, we are going to start the opening of the proposals. Please take your seats.
En 2 minutos reanuda.
In 2 minutes, we are going to resume this event. Please take your seats.
¿Sí? ¿Ya? Sí, yo. ¿Ya? Gracias.
Thank you. We are going to start the opening and evaluation of the proposals in the second stage, corresponding to the contract areas of the oil province, Cordilleras Mexicanas. The province Cordilleras Mexicanas is located in the Gulf of Mexico, in front of the coast of the states of Tamaulipas and Veracruz. This province is located at the west of the continental shelf of the Gulf of Mexico, with water depths between 500 and more than 3,000 meters deep. It was originated due to the interaction of a system of extension and compression related to gravitational processes that produced district faults and rollover structures to the edge of the slope, as well as the transfer of the stress to the zone of deep waters. These processes generated asymmetrical faults that were long and short, with an orientation that is characteristic of the contractional system of the Mexican mountain ranges. In this province, we include 10 contract areas that cover a surface of 24,388 square kilometers. On average, the seismic 3D coverage of the blocks in this zone is 87%. In the blocks of Cordilleras Mexicanas, we include 3 groups of prospective plays: Mesozoics, including Jurassic and Cretacic; Paleogens, that include Paleocene, Eocene, and Oligocene; and Neogen, that include the Miocene. These plays present siliciclastic and carbonated lithologies with medium grain sandstones and limestones. According to the studies associated with this area and the geological models, the expected hydrocarbons are light oil, wet gas, and dry gas. The minimum and maximum values determined by the Ministry of Finance for the 10 contract areas that form the oil province Cordilleras Mexicanas are minimum 3.10, maximum 20.00. Now I request the member of the committee to take out the proposals of the bidders, verifying that they are in the registration order.
Damos inicio con la apertura.
We are going to start opening the proposals of the bidder, Eni and Qatar. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, Eni, Qatar, and Citi. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, Pemex. The bidder presents an envelope for the contract area 18. We are going to put it in the respective box. 18. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, Pemex and China Offshore. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, China Offshore and PC Carigali. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, China Offshore. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, Repsol, PC Carigali, and Ophir. The bidder presents proposals for the contract area number 10. We are going to put it in the respective box. 10. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, Repsol and PC Carigali. The bidder presents an envelope for the contract area number 14. We are going to put it in the respective box. 14. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, Repsol, PC Carigali, Sierra, and PTTEP. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, BP and Statoil. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, BP, Statoil, and Total. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder, Chevron and Pemex, and Impex. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder Chevron, Pemex, and ONG Birish. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder Shell and Qatar. The bidder presents proposals for the contract areas 10, 12, and 14. We are going to put them in their respective boxes. 10, 12, and 14. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder Shell and Pemex. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder Shell. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder PC Carigali. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder PC Carigali, Ophir, and PTT EP. The bidder presents proposal for the contract area number 12. We are going to put it in their respective bin. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder BHP. The bidder does not present proposals. We have finished the opening of the packages of the bidders that contain their proposals that have been deposited in their respective boxes. We are going to start the opening of the proposals by contract area in consecutive order. We are going to start with the opening of the proposals for the contract area number 10. Now I request the member of the committee to take out the proposals verifying the registration order. We are going to start by opening the proposal of the bidder Repsol, PC Carigali, and Ophir. The bidder presents the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty 20.000. Value of the additional royalty 20.00. Additional investment factor for the contract area 1.5. Additional investment factor for the contract area 1.5. According to the bidding guides, the bidder offers the following payment in cash: 30,247,806.67. He offers a payment in cash of 30,247,805.67 dollars. Now we are going to open the proposal of the bid of the bidder Shell and Qatar. The bidder presents the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty 11.03. Value of the additional royalty 11.03. Additional investment factor for the contract area 1. Additional investment factor for the contract area 1. We have finished the opening of the proposals of the bidders, and according to the results shown on the screen, the winning bidder is Repsol, PC Carigali, and Ophir. The second place is Shell and Qatar. In order to participate in this bid, Repsol Exploración Mexico and PC Carigali Mexico Operations and Ophir Mexico formed a consortium. The company Repsol Exploración Mexico has entered into an agreement with the National Hydrocarbons Commission as a result of the first bid of round 2. It's a subsidiary of Repsol from Spain, founded in 1987. It's listed in the Madrid stock market. The PC Carigali Mexico Operations has entered into 3 agreements with the National Hydrocarbons Commission, 2 as a result of the fourth bid of round 1, and 1 as a result of the first bid of round 2. Its headquarters are Petronas, that comes from Malaysia, founded in 1974. Petronas is listed in the Malaysian stock market and is a company of the state. Finally, Ophir Mexico has entered into an agreement with the National Hydrocarbons Commission as a result of the fourth bid of round 1. It's a subsidiary of Ophir Energy, founded in 2004, based in London, UK. It's listed in the London stock market and Berlin stock market. We are going to start the opening and evaluation of the proposals for the contract area number 11. However, according to number 19.1 of the basis, the contract area is not awarded to anyone because no bidder presented the proposals. We are going to start the opening of proposals for the contract area number 12. Now I request the member of the committee to take out the proposals, verifying that they are in the registration order.
We start with the proposal of Shell Qatar. The bidder presents the following economic proposal. Value of the additional royalty, 9.03. Value of the additional royalty, 9.03. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. We will open the proposal of bidder PC Caligari Ophir PTTEP. The bidder provides the following economic proposal. Value of the additional royalty, 20.00. Value of the additional royalty, 20.00. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. We have finished with the opening of the bidders' proposals, and the awarded bidder is PC Caligari Ophir PTTEP. Second bidder, Shell Qatar. To participate in this, PC Caligari Mexico, Ophir Mexico, and PTTEP prepared a consortium. PC Caligari Mexico has signed 3 agreements with the National Hydrocarbons Commission, 2 from the 4th round of round 1 and 1 in the first tender of round 2. Its headquarters are in Petronas, Malaysia, founded in 1974. Petronas quotes in the Malaysian Stock Exchange and has state shares. PC Caligari Mexico has been awarded bidder in consortium of contractual area number 10 of Cordilleras Mexicanas. The company Ophir Mexico has signed an agreement with the National Hydrocarbons Commission from the 4th tender of round 1, its subsidiary of Coffee Energy, that was founded in 2004 in London. It quotes in London and Berlin stock exchanges. The company Ophir Mexico has been the awarded bidder in consortium of the contractual area number 10 in Cordilleras Mexicanas. And lastly, the company PTTEP is a subsidiary of PTT Exploration and Production Oil Company, founded in 1985 in Thailand. It has participation of the state and quotes in the Thailand Stock Exchange. Now we will open the proposals for the contractual area number 13. In terms of the provisions of number 19A of the bidding basis, the contractual area is awarded to no one since there is no bid for this area. We are opening now the contractual area number 14. Right now, I request the member of the committee to take out the proposals verifying the order of registration. We will open the proposal of bidder Repsol and PC Carigali. He provides the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty, 19.98. Value of the additional royalty, 19.98. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 0. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 0. We will open the bid of Shell Qatar. The bidder provides the following offer. Value of the additional royalty, 5.03. Value of the additional royalty, 5.03. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 0. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 0. We have finished the opening of the proposals, and according to the results, we have an awarded with it Repsol PC Carigali. Second bidder, Shell Qatar. To participate in this tender, Repsol Exploración México and PC Carigali México joined in the consortium. Repsol Exploración México has signed an agreement with the National Hydrocarbons Commission derived from the first tender of round 2. It is an affiliate of Repsol, a Spanish company which was founded in 1987 and quotes in the Madrid Stock Exchange. The company PC Carigali Mexico has signed 3 agreements with the CNH, 2 from the fourth tender in round 1 and 1 of the first tender in round 2. Its headquarters are in Petroleum National Berhad Petroleas in Malaysia, founded in 1974. Petronas quotes in the Malaysia Stock Exchange and has participation of the state. PC Carigali Mexico has been awarded bidder in consortium of contractual areas 10 and 12 of Cordilleras Mexicanas. We will open the proposals for the contractual area 15. In terms of the provisions of 19.1A of the bidding basis, the contractual area is awarded to no one since there is no bid for it. We start the opening of proposals for contractual area 16. In terms of number 19.1.A of the bidding basis, the contractual area is awarded to no one since there is no bid theretofore. We start the opening of proposals for contractual area number 17. In terms of provisions of item 19.1.A of the bidding basis, the contractual area is awarded to no one since there is no bid for such contractual area. We start the opening of proposals for contractual area number 18. Right now, I ask the member of the committee to bring out the proposals verifying the order of registration. We will open the proposal of Pemex. The bidder provides the following economic proposal. Value of the additional royalty, 7.11. Value of the additional royalty, 7.11. Additional investment factor for the contractual area 1. Additional investment factor for the contractual area 1. We've finished with the opening of the proposals, and according to the results, the awarded bidder is Pemex. There is no second place. The company Pemex Exploración y Producción has signed 3 agreements from the tender rounds, 1 in the 4th tender of round 1 and 2 from the first tenders of round 2. Pemex Exploración y Producción is a decentralized technical body belonging to Petróleos Mexicanos, a productive company of the state that was founded in 1938. The company, Pemex Exploración y Producción, has been the awarded bidder individually of contractual area number 5 of Área Perdido and in consortium of number 2 also in Área Perdido. We will open the proposals for contractual area 19. In terms of the provisions of number 19.1A of the basis, this is awarded to no one since there is no bid for it. With this, we finish the opening of the 10 areas that comprise Cordilleras Mexicanas. We will have a 20-minute break. Please, the cameras, focus at all times the bins of the proposals. We invite you also to visit the exhibit of the CNH and IMP, which is located outside this room. Thank you very much.
En 5 minutos comenzaremos con la apertura.
We are going to start in 5 minutes to open the proposals for Cuenca Salinas.
En 2 minutos continuaremos con la presentación.
In 2 minutes, we are going to continue presenting and opening proposals. Please take your seats.
Damos inicio con la apertura y
So we are going to start with the opening and evaluation of proposals in the third stage. This corresponds to the proposal of the contract areas that form the oil province of Cuenca Salina. Cuenca Salina is located in the Gulf of Mexico, in front of the coast of the states of Veracruz and Tabasco. This province is located in the southwest portion of the Gulf of Mexico, with water depths between 500 and more than 3,000 water deep. The Cuenca Salina has several styles of superimposed characteristics related to compressive events and saline tectonic. The interaction of these events in different periods of time and with different directions of stress explains the structural context of this part of the Gulf of Mexico. In Cuenca Salina, there are 3 contract areas that cover a surface of 23,339 square kilometers. On average, the seismic 3D coverage of the blocks in this zone is 83%. In the blocks of Cuenca Salina, we have identified 3 groups of prospective plays: Mesozoic, including Jurassic and Cretacic; Paleogenes, that include Eocene and Oligocene; and Neogene, that include Miocene, Pliocene, and Pleistocene. These plays present carbonated and siliciclastic lithologies with fine and medium grain sandstones, limestones, fractured and carbonated turbidites. According to the discoveries made in adjacent areas and with the geological models established, the expected hydrocarbons are light oil, superlight oil, heavy oil, and wet gas. The minimum and maximum values determined by the Ministry of Finance for the 10 contract areas that form the oil province of Cuenca Salina are minimum 5.00, maximum 20.00. Now I request the member of the committee to take out the proposals of the bidders, verifying the registration order. Now we are going to open the proposals of the bidder, Eni and Qatar. The bidder presents a proposal for the contract area 24. We are going to put it in the respective box. 24. Now we are going to open the proposal of the bidder Eni, Qatar, and Cicla. The bidder presents a proposal for the contract area 29. We are going to put it in the respective bin. 29. Now we are going to open the proposal of the bidder Pemex. The bidder presents a proposal for the contract area 20. We are going to put it in the respective bin. 20. Now we are going to open the proposals of the bidder Pemex and China Offshore. The bidder presents a proposal for the contract area 29. Now we are going to put it in the respective box. 29. Now we are going to open the proposals of the bidder China Offshore and PC Carigali. The bidder does not present proposals. Now we are going to open the proposals of the bidder China Offshore The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the opening of the proposals of Repsol, PC Carigali, and Ophir. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder Repsol and PC Carigali. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder Repsol, PC Carigali, Sierra, and PTT EP. The bidder presents a proposal for the contract area 29. We are going to put it in the respective box. 29. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder BP and Statoil. The bidder presents a proposal for the contract area 26. We are going to put it in the respective box. 26. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder BP, Statoil, and Total. The bidder presents a proposal for the contract areas 21 and 29. We are going to put them in their respective bin. 21 and 29. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder Chevron, Pemex, and Inpex. The bidder presents a proposal for the contract areas 22 and 23. We are going to put them in their respective box. 22 and 23. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder Chevron, Pemex, and ONGC Videsh. The bidder presents a proposal for the contract area 21. We are going to put it in the respective bin. 21. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder Shell and Qatar. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder Shell and Pemex. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder Shell. The bidder presents proposals for the contract areas 20, 21, 23, 28, and 29. We are going to put them in their respective boxes. 20, 21, 23, 28, and 29. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder PC Carigali. The bidder presents proposals for the contract areas 25, 26, 28. We are going to put them in their respective boxes. 25, 26, and 28. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder PC Carigali, Ophir, and PTT EP. The bidder does not present proposals. We are going to open the proposals of the bidder PHP. The bidder presents proposals for contract areas 21 and 22. We are going to put them in their respective boxes. 21, and 22. We have finished opening the proposals of the bidders registered and they have been put in their respective boxes. Now we are going to start the opening of the proposals for the contract area number 20. Now I'm going to ask the member of the committee to take out the proposals, verifying their registration order. We are going to start opening the proposal of the bidder, Pemex. The bidder presents the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty, 6.11. Value of the additional royalty, 6.11. Additional investment factor for contract area, 0. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 0.
Procederemos con la apertura de la...
We are going to open the proposal of the bidder, Shell.
Así lo tenías tú en tu
The bidder presents the following proposal, economic bid. Value of the additional royalty, 20.00. Value of the additional royalty, 20.00. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1.5. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1.5. According to what it said in the bidding basis, he offers the following payment in cash: $90,154,514.03. I repeat, he offers a payment in cash of $90,514.03. We have finished the opening of the proposals of the bidders, and according to the results, the winning bidder is Shell, the second place, Pemex. The company Shell Exploración y Extracción de México has entered into an agreement with the National Hydrocarbons Commission as a result of the first bid of round 2. It's a subsidiary of Royal Dutch Shell based in the Netherlands, a product of the merger of Royal Dutch and Shell Transport in 1907. It is listed in the Amsterdam, London, and New York stock markets. Shell Exploración y Extracción de México is the winning bidder in the consortium with 5 contractual areas, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 of the Área Perdido. We are going to start the opening of the proposals for the contractual area number 21. Now, I request the member of the committee to take out the proposals verifying their registration order. We are going to open the proposal of the bidder, BP Statoil, and Total. The bidder presents the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty 11.06. Value of the additional royalty 11.06. Additional investment factor for the contractual area 0. Additional investment factor for the contractual area 0. Now we are going to open the proposal of the bidder Chevron, Pemex, and ONGC Videsh. The bidder presents the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty 20.00. Value of the additional royalty 20.00. Additional investment factor for the contractual area 1.5. Additional investment factor for the contractual area 1.5. According to the bidding basis, the bidder offers the following payment in cash. The payment in cash is $42,101,000. The payment in cash is $42,101,000.
We will proceed with the opening of the proposal of bidder Shell. He presents the following economic proposal. Value of the additional royalty 20.00. Value of the additional royalty 20.00. Additional investment factor for the contractual area 1.5. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1.5. In terms of the basis, he offers the following cash payment. A cash payment of 110,154,514.03. I repeat, a cash payment of $110,154,514.03. We will proceed with the opening of BHP proposals. The bidder provides the following economic proposal. Value of the additional royalty, 14.55. Value of the additional royalty, 14.55. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. We have concluded, and according to the results on the screen, we have awarded bidder Shell, second place Chevron, Pemex, and ONGC Pemex. The company, Shell Exploración and Extracción de México, has signed an agreement with the CNH derived from the first tender of round 2. It's a subsidiary of Royal Dutch Shell with the headquarters in the Netherlands. From a merger of Royal Dutch and Shell Transport in 1907, it quotes in the Amsterdam, London, and New York stock exchanges. Shell Exploración y Exploración de México has been the awarded bidder of 6 contractual areas, 5 of them in consortium, areas 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 of Perdido, and individually of number 10 of the Salina Basin. We will start proposals for contractual area 22. Now, please, the member of the committee, I ask her to take out the proposals, verifying the order of registration. We will open the proposal of Chevron, Pemex, and ILPEX. The bidder provides the following economic proposal. Value of the additional royalty, 18.44. Value of the additional royalty, 18.44. additional investment factor for the contractual area 1. Additional investment factor for the contractual area 1. We will open now the proposal of bidder BHP. He presents the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty, 6.55. Value of the additional royalty, 6.55. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 0. Additional investment factor, 0. We have completed the opening of results, and depending on the results, we have awarded bidder Chevron, Pemex, Inpex. Second bidder, BHP. To participate in this bid, Chevron Energía de México, Pemex Exploración y Producción, and Inpex Corporation are joined in a consortium. Through this consortium, the three companies signed an agreement with the CNH in the fourth tender of round 1. The company Chevron Energía de México is a subsidiary of Chevron Corporation, the eldest predecessor of the company founded in 1879 in California, the U.S. Chevron Corporation quotes in the stock exchanges of Mexico, New York, and Frankfurt. Pemex Exploración y Producción has signed 3 agreements from the tender rounds, 1 of the fourth tender in round 1 and 2 of the first tender in round 2. Pemex Exploración y Producción is a subsidiary of Petróleos Mexicanos, a productive company of the state that was founded in 1938. The company Pemex Exploración y Producción has been the awarded bidder of 3 contractual areas, 2 individually, number 1 of Área Perdido and 18 of Cordilleras Mexicanas, and 1 area in a consortium, number 2 of Área Perdido. Finally, Inpex Corporation was founded through the merge of Index Pecoco Oil and Index Holdings in 2008 in Tokyo, Japan. It quotes in the stock exchange of Japan and has share of the state. We are opening the contractual area 23. Right now, I am requesting the committee member to take out the proposals verifying the order of registration. We open the proposal of Chevron, Pemex, Inpex. Here it offers the following bid. Value of the additional royalty, 13.44. Value of the additional royalty, 13.44. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 0. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 0. We will open now the bid of Shell. He provides the following offer. Value of the additional royalty, 10.08. 10.08 for the additional royalty. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. We have finished with the opening, and according to the results on the screen, awarded bidder Shell, second place Chevron Pemex, IMPEC. The company Shell Exploración y Exploración de México has signed an agreement with the CNH derived from the first tender of round 2. It's a subsidiary of Royal Dutch Shell, headquartered in the Netherlands, product from the merger of Royal Dutch and Shell Transport in 1907. It quotes in the stock markets of Amsterdam, London, and New York. The company in Mexico has been awarded bidder of 7 areas, 5 of them in consortium, areas 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 of Perdido, and 2 individually, 20 and 21 of Cuenca Salina. We start opening the proposals for contractual area 24. I request the member of the committee to bring out the proposals verifying the registration order. We will open the proposal of bidder Eni and Qatar. I want to state here, based on the bidding basis, the proposal of the factor is 2 digits to the 2 decimals. So we are only going to consider 2 decimals, 2 digits and 2 decimals. It's correct. So the proposal is Value of the royalty, 9.53 in the tens. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. We have finished, and according to the results, we have an awarded bidder, Eni Qatar, and we don't have a second place. To participate in this tender, Eni Mexico and Qatar Petroleum joined in the consortium. Eni Mexico has a total of 4 agreements with the CNH, 1 from the second tender of round 1 and 3 from first tender round 2. This company is a subsidiary of Ente Nacional Hidrocarburos, Eni, founded in 1953 in Italy. It has a state participation and quotes in the stock markets of Milano and New York. Qatar International is originally from Qatar, founded in 1974 as the oil state company. The company, Qatar Petroleum International, who has been awarded bidder in consortium of 4 contractual areas, 3, 4, 6, 7 of Perdido. We open the proposals for contractual area 25. I ask the member of the committee to take out the proposals verifying the order of registration. We will open the proposal of PC Carigali. The bidder provides the following economic offer. Value of the additional royalty, 19.98. Value of the additional royalty, 19.98. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 0. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 0. We have finished the opening of the proposals, and according to the results, we have awarded bidder PC Carigali. We don't have second place. PC Carigali Mexico Operations has signed 3 agreements with the CNH, 2 from the 4th tender of round 1 and 1 from first tender round 2. Its headquarters are Petronas, a company that was founded in Malaysia in 1974. Petronas quotes in the Malaysian Stock Exchange and has a state participation. PC Carigali Mexico Operations has been awarded bidder in consortium of 3 contractual areas, areas 10, 12, and 14 of Cordilleras Mexicanas. We will open proposals for contractual area 26. Right now, I ask the committee member to bring out the proposals verifying the order of registration. We will open the proposal of bidder BP and Estatoil. The bidder provides the following economic offer. Value of the additional royalty, 13.37. Value of the additional royalty, 13.37. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 0. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 0. We will open the proposal of PC Carigali. The bidder provides the following economic offer. Value of the additional royalty, 20.00. Value of the additional royalty, 20.00. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. We have finished the opening of the proposals, and according to the results, we have awarded bidder PC Carigali, second place BP and Estatoil. The company PC Carigali Mexico Operations has signed 3 agreements with the CNH, 2 from the 4th tender of round 1 and 1 from the first tender of round 2. Its headquarters are Petroleum Nacional Berhad Petrolas, originally from Malaysia, founded in 1974. Petronas quotes in the Stock Exchange of Malaysia and has participation from the state. The company PC Carigali Mexico Operations has been the awarded bidder of 4 contractual areas, 3 in consortium, areas 10, 12, and 14 of Cordilleras Mexicanas, and 1 individually, number 25 in Cuenca Salina. We will open the proposals for contractual area 27. In terms of number 19.1.a of the bidding basis, the contractual area 27 is awarded to no one since there is no economic proposal from the bidders for this area. We start the opening for contractual area number 28. I request the member of the committee to take out the proposals verifying the registration number. We will open the proposal of bidder Shell. It presents the following economic offer: value of the additional royalty 20.00, value of the additional royalty 20.00, additional investment factor for the contractual area 1.5, additional investment factor for the contractual area 1.5. In terms of the basis, it offers the following cash payment. A cash payment in $43,154,513.03, a cash payment of $43,154,513.03. We will open now the offer of PC Carigali. The bidder provides the following economic offer. Value of the additional royalty, 19.98. Value of the additional royalty, 19.98. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 0. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 0.
Finished the opening, and the winning bidder is Shell. The second place, PC Carigali. The company Shell Exploración y Extracción de México has signed an agreement with the CNH as a result of the first bid of round 2. It's a subsidiary of Royal Dutch Shell based in the Netherlands as a merger of Royal Dutch and Shell Transport in 1907. It is listed in the stock markets of Amsterdam, London, and New York. The company Shell Exploración y Extracción de México is the awarded bidder of 4 contracted areas, areas 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 of Área Perdido, and 3 individually, the areas 20, 21, 23 of Cuenca Salina. We are going to start the opening of the proposals for the contractual area 29. I request the member to take out the proposals verifying the registration order. Now we are going to open the proposal of the bidder, Eni, Qatar, and Sidla. The bidder presents the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty, 20. Value of the additional royalty, 20. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1.5. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1.5. According to the basis, the bidder offers the following cash payment. The cash payment is $86,723,456. I repeat, the cash payment offered is $86,723,456. We are going to open the proposal of the bidder, Pemex, and China Offshore. The bidder presents the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty, or 8.18. Value of the additional royalty, 8.18. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 0. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 0. We are going to open the proposal of the bidder Repsol, PC Corrigali, Sierra, and PTT EP. The bidder presents the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty, 20.00. Value of the additional royalty, 20.00. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1.5. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1.5. According to the basis, the bidder offers the following cash payment. The cash payment offered is $151,253,352.89. Again, the cash payment offered is $151,253,352.89. We are going to open the proposal of the bidder BP, Statoil, and Total. The bidder presents the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty, 20.00. Value of the additional royalty, 20.00. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. We are going to open the proposal of the bidder Shell. The bidder presents the following economic bid. Value of the additional royalty, 20.00. Value of the additional royalty, 20.00. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. Additional investment factor for the contractual area, 1. We have finished opening the proposals of the bidders, and according to the results, the awarded bidder is Repsol, PC Caligari Sierra, and PTTEP. The second place is Eni Qatar and Sidla. In order to participate in this bid, Repsol Exploración México, PC Caligari Mexico, Sierra Nevada, and PTTEP formed a consortium. Repsol Exploración México has signed a contract with the CNH as a result of the first bid of round 2. It's a subsidiary of Repsol from Spain that was founded in 1987 and is listed in the Madrid stock market. Repsol Exploración Mexico is the awarded bidder in consortium of the contractual areas number 10 and 14 of Cordilleras Mexicanas. The company PC Caligari Mexico Operations has signed 3 contracts with the CNH, 2 from the fourth bid of round 1 and 1 from the first bid of round 2. Its headquarters at Petróleo Nacional Petronas, a company from Malaysia founded in 1974. Petronas is listed in the Malaysia stock market and has state participation. The company PC Caligari Mexico Operations is the awarded bidder in 5 contractual areas, 3 of them in consortium areas, 10, 12, and 14 of Cordilleras Mexicanas, and 2 individually, areas 25 and 26 of Cuenca Salina. The company Sierra Nevada and IP is a subsidiary of Sierra Oil and Gas, has signed 5 contracts with the CNH, 2 from the first bid of round 1, 2 of the fourth bid of round 1, and 1 of the first bid of round 2. It was founded in Mexico in 2014. Finally, the company PTTEP is a subsidiary of PTT Exploration and Production Public Company, founded in 1985 in Thailand. It has state participation and is listed in Thailand's stock market. The company PTTEP is the awarded bidder in consortium of the contractual area number 12 of Cordilleras Mexicanas. We have finished the opening of the proposals that form the oil province Cuenca Salina, and with this, the act of presentation and opening of proposals. I remind the bidders that were not awarded bids or who are not in the second place that you can pick up your bid bonds in the registration desks or in the offices of the CNH. Thank you very much. Dear audience, we thank all the attendees for your attention. The act of presentation and opening of proposals of the 4th bid of round 2 has concluded. Let's remember that the formalization of the decision and award of the contracts will be in charge of the governing body of the CNH that will hold a session on February 2nd at the latest. To the representatives of the media and the audience attending, you are invited to the press conference that will be held in this room in 15 minutes. We thank the attendees and the audience who follow this transmission through the internet for your attention. Thank you very much.
Gobierno de la República.
No suena.
Dos. Ey. Ey, ja. Un, dos. Sí. Ey, un poquito con catsup. Un, dos. Sí. Un, dos, tres. Ey. Ey. Un, dos. Un, dos. Un, dos. Sí. Un, dos. Un, dos. Ey. Ey. Un, dos, tres. Ey. A. Un, dos. Un, dos. Un, dos. Ey. Ey.
Ok.
Ey. Ey.
Sí. O sea, abro prensa.
Dos, tres. Sí. Sí. Un, dos, tres. Ok. El otro. Ey, 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 ey. Un, dos, un, dos. Ey, ey, ey.
Es el uno.
Uno.
Sí, oye, lo que pasa es que mira, David sí está de aquel lado.
Ah, bueno, sería el único. Está perfecto. Aquí en medio, George. Aquí en medio. No, no hasta allá. Aquí en medio para que aquí tienes que ser más cerca a Nayeli.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. We will get started with the press conference. Thank you, all the media, for this coverage and their presence here. We have with us the Under Minister of Hydrocarbons from the Ministry of Energy, the Minister of Revenues, or the head of the unit, Salvador Ugalde, and the President Commissioner of CNH, Juan Carlos Cepeda. We will start with some words from the officers, and then we will have a Q&A session. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. This has been another very successful day for the oil sector in Mexico. The energy reform that was promoted by President Enrique Peña Nieto, and certainly due to the fostering by the Minister of Energy to implement this ambitious process for the transformation of our oil sector. The Secretary, when we started with this tender, we wanted to start the consolidation of the reform, and the results given today speak by themselves. In a process that has been quite competitive with the presence of companies from all over the world, we achieved today remarkable results for our oil sector. I will make a small summary of the figures. We had 19 bidders, 14 of them in consortium, 5 individually. Of the 19 contracts that were awarded, 19 of 29 blocks that were offered, 11 consortia, and 8 companies individually. This relates to $93 billion of investment originally committed to these projects, meaning 1.5 times the investment that had been accrued throughout the tender process. This represents also $525 million in cash received by the company, by the Mexican government, 23 wells already committed, a potential for job creation of 230,000 during the first 15 years, and more than or almost 1 million throughout the life of these projects. 11 companies in total were awarded the contracts, whether in consortium or by themselves, coming from 10 countries. 11 companies with teams, with engineers and different experts, different perspectives that assessed the quality of the competition framework and the Mexican offer. These are companies from Netherlands, Malaysia, Qatar, the US, the United Kingdom, Italy, Japan, Thailand, Spain, and of course Mexico. Mexico was also a successful day for Pemex, and we are really happy and congratulate them for their new stage in willing to compete within a very new and different framework, which is very good for the future of our country. If all these blocks were to start production, if all these projects were successful, we could assume that peak production will get to 1.5 million barrels by 2032, but the first production will occur in 2028. My colleagues, the Commissioner President of the CNH, the head of Revenues from the Finance Ministry will provide you with more details. I just want to close with the emphasis in this has been a great step forward in the consolidation of the reform in Mexico and a clear expression of trust in the short, medium, and long term of our country. Salvador, yes, Julio, thank you very much. First of all, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for being here, and congratulate the CNH for how this event took place. Transparency and accountability in these bidding processes have been a value that we have been taking care a lot of. And likewise, to congratulate the Ministry of Energy. This is a process we've been working together, and the results today we see are very positive. With regard to the tax part, which is what we oversee, what we saw today are very promising results. There was clear, full competition from all the sectors. We had very aggressive bids, and we are very happy with the results, especially with the mechanisms for the awarding that we have been evolving throughout the tender process. And we can see that these mechanisms promote and attract investment, as you were able to evidence. We do have an additional commitment for investment of wells and rigs that will have 23 new additional wells. Additionally, we have seen competition regarding the royalty. This competition was evident, very interesting, the results, and of course, very satisfactory. Remind you that the Mexican tax system comprises several elements. One of them was what we have been tendering, the additional royalty, but we also have basic royalties. We have income tax and other duties and fees. Altogether imply that 64.7% of the profit generated by these projects will be captured by the Mexican state. And also tell you that all our agreements have a mechanism that grant progressivity. If we have positive surprises in terms of production or prices, an important part of the revenue will be captured and may lead to have the percentage of profits coming to 67.2%. I want also to highlight the application mechanisms. We have maximums in royalties promoting the amount for breaking a tie. These amounts will go directly to the oil, to the Mexican Oil Fund, and you will be able to see how contractual terms are met. I want to invite you to visit the website to see the results, not only of this tender, but all of the previous ones. And lastly, once again, congratulate the CNH for an impeccable process, transparent, and in full recognition of accountability that this body is providing. So, colleagues, just a couple of comments. It's important to compare the result of the second deep waters tender with what we saw in round one in order to size the results. In round one, for deep waters, tender 1.4, we awarded 8 contracts. We had 10 bidders, and all 8 contracts were awarded. In this tender, you saw we had 19 bidders awarding 19 contracts. This is a success metric, which is very appropriate, and the investment rhythm. We achieved it in this tender more than twice of the contracts that we had in the deep waters tender, which was by itself very successful. So we were able to award 19 contracts compared to only 8 that we awarded in round one. what has been the success? Well, it's a combination of good decisions made by the Ministry of Energy on good tax mechanisms and auction mechanisms, and of course, regions and beans that are very generous, very prospective, and this is the main part that is attracting the attention for this investment. I want to address the part of the Ministry of Energy. This ministry makes a very sound decision to increase the number of contracts being tendered. In the first round, we only bid 10. Now we had 29. The result was very good, so the decision was successful, and we awarded more than double contracts. As the head of the unit said, the mechanism, the terms are working very well. We achieved more favorable tax terms than what we achieved in the first deep waters tender. In that first tender, the profit percentage for the Mexican state by itself was per se very successful, but in that tender it was 59%. Right now, we see a percentage ranging from 64 to 67%. What does this mean? This means that this tender awards 19 contracts, more than double of the first tender, with percentages, profit percentages even above the ones that we had originally. This means that Mexico has been very successful to bring investment from national and international companies, and it is being achieved in very good terms for the Mexican government. The profit percentages with which these contracts are being awarded are far above the 64% profit that the Mexican state is going to receive are profit gains for the state, above those observed in the U.S. or Brazil for deep waters. So Mexico is being very successful, many companies participating, a larger number of contracts is awarded, and in better conditions for the Mexican state. Lastly, without any doubt, the most important objective for the CNH is to carry out the tenders in a very transparent manner. I really want to congratulate everybody in the CNH, the commissioners and all the team, and what comes in the future, the management of the agreements, which is also our responsibility. I also want to congratulate the companies that today were awarded contracts very competitively, as my colleagues have said. The company Shell is awarded 9 contracts, is the one that got the largest number of awards, some of them individually, some of them with a consortium. So we have first Shell, in the second place Petronas from Malaysia with its affiliate PC Caligari, 6 agreements. Number 3, Qatar. By the way, Qatar is included as a company. It hadn't participated, and it is awarded another company, another country that had not participated is Thailand. So in the third place, Qatar with 5 contracts. Pemex, our company, had a great day. It is awarded 4 contracts. Individually and in a consortium, it is successful in both ways. It was a good day also for Pemex. So we have already talked about many other things, but if you allow me, Julio Pastor, we can open up a Q&A session. In the first place, Diane Jantet from Argos Media. Hi, good afternoon, and congratulations. Could you share your feelings regarding the Brazilian case where there are tenders taking place, and if this was what you had in mind when you prepared the tender from the tax standpoint and the rest of the perspectives. I would like to make a comment, and maybe my colleagues can abound. When there's a tender process, the Mexican tender process, in each we compete with the rest of the world, Diane. International companies who participate assess all the opportunities, all the tenders, either Brazil or US or Africa, the Middle East. This is an international industry with a very high competition level. We are all competing at all times because these resources, this investment before the energy reform went to other countries. Without any doubt, when we invest in Mexico, they are not investing in other countries. We are intensely competing with other companies, and we are being very successful. We assess in general the competition in all the countries, and the Mexican mechanism has been quite efficient because the tax terms are solved in the tender process. The Ministry of Finance defines minimums, maximums, as you saw, but the final royalty is decided at the tender process. You saw that many times they go to the maximum, and many times even they have an extra cash payment. The advantage in Mexico, besides being a competition system where the terms is resolved during the tender, 23 wells were committed, 23 exploration wells were committed. This is resolved in a competition environment, and the advantage that Mexico poses, besides an intelligent design, is the prospectiveness of the Gulf of Mexico, where Mexico has a great potential, not only in deep waters. The three regions had contracts. The most competition was in Cuenca Salina. It's very attractive because of the fields, the subsaline fields that have not been explored, which is not only deep waters, but it's also shallow waters. We have very important places for both deep and shallow waters, and the strength of the institutions, Diane, also internationally wise, not only in Brazil but all over the world, there are no energy regulators that are so sound as the CNH and the CRE. These are energy regulators that are in the Constitution. Article 28 of our Constitution establishes these bodies. So this can be very attractive too. I don't know if you would like to add something. Nayeli González, Excelsior.
Bueno, querían algún comentario, perdón.
Bueno, dada la demanda, por supuesto.
I would insist in what Commissioner President has said. This is a world competition. I would say that we needed to go into the world leagues, and we have demonstrated that the Mexican tender framework, the contractual structure, the tax structure, the quality of the institutions are very competitive. What we saw today, as I said, is a vote of confidence of what Mexico has built. First, based on the political agreement, the energy reform, and then the work of multiple officials that wanted to bring to life this proposal to modernize and transform the oil sector of our country. In that sense, yes, the work of the CNH has been critical. We had today a very competitive and transparent tender. Transparency has generated confidence and a lot of participation that we hope will continue consolidating in future years. Good afternoon. Just if you could tell us which are the prospective resources of the blocks that had been awarded, and if can you provide us with the detail of investments committed, not only the ones that had just been awarded. You talked about 93 billion, but of all the tenders that have taken place. The best way to assess the potential of hydrocarbons is if I tell you in the potential of production of gas and oil. I'll retake some figures that we have already mentioned. Regarding oil, if we consider the 19 contracts that have been awarded and assuming, because this is the measure of prospectivity, assuming potential, if they are successful in the exploration, we could achieve in oil a production of 1.5 million barrels per day. Of course, these are long-term agreements. There is an exploration stage, and then we have the development stage. They would start production in 2028, so 1.8 million barrels per day for oil, and almost 4,000 million cubic feet of gas per day. With the perspective of what the country is producing, we produce 1.9 million barrels per day. If these areas are successful, therefore, we are saying 1.5 against 1.9, we are almost close to double what we are producing today. And the same happens with the gas. Our current production of gas at Pemex is 5 billion cubic meters. We are talking about 4 billion. So these are real projects. Some of them have been very successful. Now, what's the percentage that's going to change? Cuenca Perdido, we know that the risk is relatively minor. Cuenca Salina is greater, and the expectation is greater. But we will see in the order. But that's the magnitude of the perspective, very, very large. And you talk about investment amounts. Investment amounts, well, of what we already had from the previous tenders, we had a figure of approximately $60 billion. Now we add a potential of 93 billion. So we are talking about 153 billion. Now, let's be careful, because this is assuming exploratory success. This is going to materialize in certain percentage as we see the success in the fields. Thank you.
Any comments? David Ali from Reuters. Good afternoon. Just two questions. The first one for the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Energy. Obviously, Shell was the great winner when we talk about big companies today. Is there any chance on depending too much on a single company, and especially in the short term you decide to focus elsewhere? Perhaps it would have been better if there were other big companies that also were awarded contracts and not only one like Shell. Can you talk more about what do you think about the contracts awarded to Shell? And number two, Juan Carlos Cepeda, when we see the Cuenca Salina, and we see that the bids, in many cases, they reach the maximum amount, is there any risk, or how big is the risk of the possible return of some of the blocks due to what happened today in the bid? First and foremost, we have to recognize the enthusiasm shown by Shell and the other companies in this bid. It's not the only bid we have carried out, as we explained before. prior to this bid, we had 66 companies in the activities of exploration and production of oil in Mexico. 33 of them are Mexican. Today, we have other two, one from Thailand and another from Qatar, and this diversifies even more the production and analysis proposal for the subsoil in Mexico. So this is actually a diversification of the oil production sector in the country. We are very pleased that Shell and the other companies are also part of this effort. Shell was awarded 9 of the 19 blocks that 19 contractual areas that were awarded. So this is not a concentration, but in the broader context, we are talking about of at least 68 companies. And a lot of expertise that will strengthen the oil sector of the country. Thank you. Before giving my answer, Mr. Ugalde is going to make a comment, and I'm going to elaborate in order to answer what you were asking, David. Thank you, Juan. The structure of the bid is what led us to think about having these maximum values. The maximum values were weighed in order to reach the international levels. Of course, there are maximum and minimum values in what other countries charge around the world. So if we are within these limits in the market, in order to have projects that are developed around the world, these figures are sustainable and feasible for the development of the long-term projects. That's why we have the maximum values. This reduces the risk that the companies might say that the tax terms that they bidded might be a hindrance for the development of the project. So having these maximum values led us to the decreased risk of the possible return of the areas. Well, in order to complement what he's saying, is how does the government protect itself in this contract regarding the guarantees of the bidders? We have 3 guarantees, David. One is the bid bond. The bid bond is what covers the government as of today that we awarded the contracts up to the moment when we sign the contracts. It is set in the bid guides, in the bid basis. If the contract is not signed by the first place, we can turn to the second place. But the first place is bound to sign, and if he doesn't do so, we exercise a letter of credit that is in the hands of the National Hydrocarbons Commission for $3 million. So as of today, to the moment of the signature, the National Hydrocarbons Commission has letters of credit for $3 million by contract, per contract. Once the contract is signed, there's another guarantee called the compliance guarantee. These are banking letters of credit presented when the contract is signed. These letters of credit form the guarantee of compliance and cover the minimum work. We say that today, 23 exploration rigs were committed in deep waters. Each one of these rigs will have a cost of $100 million. So these exploration activities are backed by letters of credit that, in the event of non-compliance, if the contractor wants to stop producing, we exercise the letter of credit of the CNH when the contract is signed. In addition, we have the corporate guarantee and the general balance that backs the company. As you know, in the pre-qualification criteria, we require the companies to have as accounting capital $2 billion. And in addition, when we sign the contract and the compliance guarantees that cover the exploration rigs, they have to present an additional guarantee called the corporate guarantee, which is a subsidiary headquarters has to support this company and present an equity of $5 billion. So these guarantees the bid bond today, and at the moment of the signature, $3 million. And when they finish the minimum commitment, these are the letters of credit for the total of the exploration rigs and the additional works set forth in the contract. And in addition, the corporate bond. Norma Zúñiga from Reforma. Good afternoon. I wanted to ask, is there any risk that Pemex participates alone in 2 blocks? What he has in round 0 in Deepwater, it's been looking for partners. And what was the role of the increased oil prices? I see an opportunity for Pemex, not a risk. Risks are common in all the companies that will participate. It's a great step for Pemex to participate and be awarded these contracts in these types of bids. The increase we've seen in the prices of oil worldwide, indeed, is part of the factors that contribute to the evaluation of the companies. It's not the decisive long-term factor because the prices will still change in the following 30, 40 years. This is the lifespan of these contracts, but it is an important factor, but not the only one. And yes, a favorable price environment helps companies to participate in a bid like this. I could only add, Norma, what the Undersecretary said. Pemex was awarded 4 contracts of the 11 companies that were awarded the contracts today. Pemex is in number 4 with the highest number of contracts awarded, 2 in association and 2 individually. You have to bear in mind that Pemex has been successful in deep waters individually. Has discovered Trion, Maximino, and different discoveries. Pemex has shown its capacity as explorer in deep waters. And also bear in mind, Norma, that the fact that Pemex starts individually does not cancel the possibility later on, if Pemex wants so, to look for a partner. The hydrocarbons law says that contractors subsequently may have partners and sell a part of the economic interests of the contract. So Pemex may start by itself. It's not the only company that has been awarded contracts individually in deep waters. Other companies, it has the capacities. It has been shown it's a great explorer in deep waters. And later on, it may decide to continue or look for a partner for the subsequent stages. Jude Weber from Financial Times. A microphone, please. Thank you very much. Just 2 questions. First, going back to the financial aspect, some analysts have said that this was going to be a very competed run because it was too cheap. Was that the case? Was this a decision of not putting a higher limit to ensure a very successful round? The second question would be, in the rounds, the other 2 rounds we have in July, do you think you are going to have this success? And the third one is for the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Energy. We've heard a lot about an acceleration of the bids, the farm-outs. How are we doing in this respect during the rest of this administration? Just a comment about what Judy is asking about the tax terms, and naturally the head of the Ministry of Finance unit will complement. Jude, regarding the tax terms, there was no change in this bid versus 1.4 in the sense of relaxing terms, but it was the opposite. If you see the minimum values of the 1.4, it was 3%. In these ones, it was 5% except for Cordilleras, which is a new area. And the results both in 1.4 and now are government takes that are very good. And I even said earlier, Jude, that the tax results in this bid, the tax terms in these bids, are even more favorable for the Mexican government than in the first bid of deep waters. The government take, that is the percentage of the profit that includes all the tax elements of this bid, is 64% of the profit at 67%. Public international figures say that the Gulf of Mexico in the U.S., the government take is 55%. So Mexico is awarding not only more contracts, but in better tax terms for the state. And also the tax terms in Mexico are higher in terms of earnings than those seen in Brazil. So the difference is that Mexico has a competitive mechanism, and the tax terms are solved in the bid. I compared you the case of the Gulf of Mexico and the U.S. In the U.S., the tax terms are fixed. In the U.S., we have a fixed royalty of 12.5% if it's shallow waters, or 18.75% if it's deep waters. And there's a competition bonus for the firm, and the royalty is fixed. In Mexico, there's a base royalty in the law, and we compete above that. And the competition is also in terms of investment commitments. In the case of the U.S., there's no investment commitment. So no. Actually, the answer would be no. In Mexico, the tax terms are solved in the competition, and thanks to this competition during the bids, Mexico has awarded with the government takes above 70%, and in the case of deep waters, 59 in the first bid, 64 in this one. As Mr. Galvez said, it can get to 67, clearly higher than in the U.S., Brazil. These are the closest references in deep waters. The key is competition, transparency. This pushes the bids to be favorable for Mexico. Mr. Ugalde, would you like to add anything? Well, you summarized everything, Juan. Just to highlight that our tax system didn't change from around 1.4 to 2.1, 0.2, 0.3, and now 0.4. We have the same structures and philosophy in the placement of contracts. That doesn't mean, and has not changed, that our conditions have been constant and in this sense favorable, because we want the market to decide how much investment we need, our royalties or profit rates we need, or the state requires. That can be for the state. And we let the market to decide this. To start with, there's no change. There was no change in the policy to determine the conditions. This has been constant. And the philosophy is and will be that the market should decide the applicable conditions. Now, regarding the question about the acceleration of the bids, it's worthwhile to make a comment. The opening strategy of the exploration and extraction sector should start from relatively smaller bids in areas that we know well. That's why the first bid was in shallow waters and included a fewer number of blocks. It was necessary to test this bidding system And we are seeing that it is successful and demonstrate that the authorities were reliable, as they are, and they will continue to be, and that this competition process was transparent and worked. And also, the institutions in charge of this process had to fine-tune their routines and all the work behind a bid like this. The experience we've earned allowed us to improve the bidding process. Today, we saw an innovation. This bid was more efficient and was done in less time without losing the competition criteria and transparency. And we fine-tuned the tax framework. With that experience, we were able to think about the next step. And the next step necessarily required to speak about consolidation and expand the surface to be presented in a bid, as it is done elsewhere. Our northern neighbor bids practically all the surfaces of the Gulf of Mexico every year. We are not still there. This is another step towards consolidating and approaching the international practice in this type of bids. And also regarding the importance of escalating the surface, increasing the size of this bid. As you realized, we awarded areas in 3 important zones and with a great development potential in terms of oil. The strategy itself is focused on the development of clusters, areas that can leverage services, develop scale economies, and therefore become oil production zones that also leverage the oil history and the work done in Mexico, developed by Pemex and its thousands of workers that will also service these projects that are in the sea, from the ports and the different facilities that exist inland, and many others that should be developed to have investment levels like the ones we are seeing. Carol Garcia from El Economista.
Good afternoon. First, a very basic doubt. What happens with the bonus that some companies presented? They gave all the maximum bid, and they don't have any tie-breaking process. This bond goes to the fund nonetheless. And yesterday, Pemex director talked about a possible process of unitizing in these discoveries. I understand that in the way these blocks are being conformed, we will see that. Can you explain us legally what this implies? And at the same time, these companies that go by themselves in deep waters, it's not that they are alone. Legally, what does that mean? Maestro Ugalde, would you like to talk a little bit about that? It's very interesting that you make this remark. This is a change we did derived from the evolution that Dr. Flores was talking about, our bidding process. What we wanted to achieve, and we achieved, was that the companies provided us with their best bid. If there were cases in which we artificially were putting, and this is quote by under quote, as a maximum amount, we didn't want that to hinder the Mexican state to capture all the value that all the companies could offer. So this is why we changed a little bit the mechanics, and now if you go to the two maximums, you have to go with the bonus, and this is part of your offer. So this confirms, corroborates that these $525 million that were bid today need to be deposited in the Mexican Oil Fund prior to signing the agreements. Just to make it clear with you, Carol, the philosophy is in our learning curve. At the beginning, we had just a minimum limit. There was no maximum limit. When Hacienda or the Finance Ministry states the maximum, what happens when someone that wants to have a greater bid? I got to the maximum level, and let's assume there is no competition. Finance opens the possibility that if you went to the maximum and you want to have a better offer, you can give a bonus, even if there is no other competitor. The idea is not to limit the offer. And as Mr. Ugalde was saying, that the state won't leave money on the table. If someone wants to bid higher beyond the maximum of the royalty, they can do it, and this is what we saw. So long story short, yes, these 525 million go to the fund, even if there is no tie, and this is prior to signing the agreement. You were asking also about the unitizing. There was a comment, and the Undersecretary will clarify. This is SENER regulation. And lastly, from CNH, your question, what's the legal principle of an association after the contract? The Hydrocarbons Act states that the companies, as in the international practice, can sell part of the economic interest of the contract, meaning that they can sell a percentage of their contract to a partner. The Hydrocarbons Act states that this can be done by the companies, and if that change in the composition of the contract, if the partner is not going to have the control or doesn't represent a change in the operator, it's just a notice to the CNH. If you are going to sell a minority share of the contract, you can do it. This is international practice. You just notify the CNH and amend the contract, but the company has that right. If they want to sell all the contract, or they want to sell a percentage which implies a change in the corporate control, then it requires the approval of the government body of CNH. The same if they want to change operator. If this is a company that has not been qualified, we need to pre-qualify and approve. But all these range of activities are possible. They are very healthy in the development of the oil industry. They are already set forth in the law. The unification takes place when there are two blocks adjacent to each other, to contractual areas that were awarded sharing a same field. The companies should unify the works for the exploitation and extraction of the oil in that field. Why? Because, of course, that's more efficient production-wise than the alternative. If the companies work together, they will keep better technical conditions for the extraction of the gas or oil of the field. The Ministry of Energy issued a draft of the guidelines which structure the way in which this unification should take place. This is just a draft, is not in the final version, and we hope this will be finalized and published soon. However, what is clear nonetheless, and what we're telling the companies, the consortium Talos, Sierra, and Premier, which found oil in this well, now they are talking with Pemex in order to find the best way to unify this field. And this is already done within the spirit of the guidelines that we have drafted. We've determined that first, the companies have the option to have a preliminary agreement with which jointly they can assess if they share the field, all the extraction and all the characteristics. Once there is an agreement on those terms and it is submitted to the Ministry of Energy, the companies will take the next step, which is unifying the field and designate as operator one of both of the companies or a third party to carry out the work. These are conversations that are already taking place, and we are very optimistic that both the consortium and Pemex will reach a good agreement. Well, thank you very much for your participation. Anything you would like to add? Yes, to make it very, very clear on what a unification means, the unification is only that both operators on both sides of the contractual area agree to jointly operate, that there's only one. That doesn't mean that there is a change in the obligations or underlying rights of the contracts. The contracts have their same the same terms and conditions. The only thing that is changed is that the operator of the areas may be a third party, may be my neighbor, to carry out the works and get economies of scale and a rational use of the resources, but doesn't change the rights and obligations of each contracting party. Well, thank you very much, and this is the end of our press conference. Thank you for your participation.